Well, Colin, I hope you're good. I hope your week was good. It is a Friday. We have some good news. Can you believe that? We have some good news. It happens. We have some other news that are not necessarily good, but news nonetheless. And it's a rainy day, so we'll see how things go today. But yeah, well, Colin, I hope you're good as always. Um, Today's a Friday, which means that it is a review day. So if you have anything for me to take a look at, as always, feel free to share links in chat. And yeah, we'll see what we can do about all of that. So much things happened. So much things happened. Chris, welcome on in. How's the day going? I'm currently kind of dying, so everything is fine. But yeah, Tickle Monster, welcome back. It has been a while. How have you been? How is everything? I think my computer is kind of freaking out based on uh, the fans right this instant. So we'll see what that happens. If that happens, I have for once forgotten to update the number at the end of the stream, but I didn't forget to do the TikTok for um, the advertisement of the stream. So that's that's a win on one side, you know. Um, you got rejected by test flight? How? 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 Yeah, how? It's a bit of a weird thing. Did they tell you anything? Because that's not, I mean, I'm about to say that's not supposed to happen, but it happens. Uh, yeah, test flight is usually like an internal thing when you want to test things out, and then it's weird that it's rejected from them, but I mean, I guess it can happen. Um, Back to work, getting some nice reviews on design that almost making me feel like a good designer. I don't have a confetti pop thing, but that's basically what I need right here. Congrats. That's great news. That is amazing news. Just to, great. Cool. Yeah, that's so good. I'm happy to hear that. You can see that on my face. Uh, I am pretty good. I am tired. I have had to cut the stream on Wednesday short because my heart was kind of fading. It kind of failed just a smidge, and now it's a bit better. But yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's failing. I kind of know, but I don't know what's happening technically. Um, so we'll see. Maybe I die on stream as always. That's the plan at some point. Other than that, we're good. We have some good news. We have some good things happening on band specifically, officially, and we are going to go directly there because I don't know. Uh, but technically, Bento has been shut down since 30 minutes ago, meaning that bento.me/a doesn't exist anymore. So, yeah, bento.me is now a redirect, which is really, really sad. But that's the replacement, and that's working. So, we are good with it. We are good with it. I don't know if you can prohibit me from dying on stream. I feel like that's an inevitable thing to do for clicks and giggles. I mean, I need to at least once. Then I can come back and be good, do that again. But yeah, at least once will happen. So yes, and now, which is kind of sad, the import from Bento Grid doesn't exist anymore. So we will go through today the edits to make sure that you don't have access to the transition stage because it makes absolutely no sense. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But on the good news on this thing, the landing page has been a bit updated. The editor view is now getting the settings, which I know we had in the first version, and then I removed it, and then I spread them out inside of the header, and now I'm like, you know what, it's time to bring them back. So now we have a proper setting view, which contains a way for you to change your handle. So if you want to change the handle and get something else that will work, you can check your billings. If you are a subscriber, you will have the ability to get like your billings around here. The data export gives you a JSON of everything that you have. Mostly the links. I'm still figuring out how I can also extract your pictures and give you the pictures that I have from you, but I don't know. I'm unsure. The settings for the notifications, and then lastly, and that's kind of broken because of transparency, the danger zone, which is working. I wasn't expecting for it to work, but it works, which gives you the ability to delete your account, which I would highly recommend you don't do. But you know, if you want to delete your account, you can. So there's that. We still have the issue with the the creating an account with Google. I still don't haven't figured out exactly how to do that. It used to work, but now it doesn't. So there is something in the redirect system that I put in place that needs to change, and so I'll figure that out at some point. But for now, I haven't. But yeah, I think that's the biggest news that we have. The handle change is such a fast edit, and it works pretty well that I feel like this is going to be pretty useful. I might at some point add something like a timer or a restriction, a 30 days restriction thing, so that people don't just change the handle for the sake of changing the handles. So similar to what Twitter and I mean, not Instagram, but like Twitter is doing, where you only have one change per 30 days, is I think is a pretty good idea. So I'm probably gonna add that at some point, but that's where we are. And when you are in the free tier, you don't see the billing section, you see this instead. So you have the plans basically displayed in front of you. So that's a very simple thing to see, but yeah, that's where we are. So that's pretty cool. The other really good news, two, we have two paying users. So since yesterday, I think yesterday, a second person decided to go into the monthly plan. So now we have uh, a second paying users pro user that will have access to the themes and the customization of your page. So that's pretty cool. And we have 58 people so as far as this morning. So that's a thing. And yeah, Ty, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? How was your week? It is Friday. Welcome in. So yeah, we have two, which is really cool because that means again that this thing works. I couldn't check, and I couldn't know if it would work specifically because the calculation is done with the actual paying users and how much they're paying and so on. But before we had paying users, and specifically like cumulative paying users, I wasn't sure that this would work, but it does. And the range is growing, the price is dropping or incrementing here. We have the amount of income right there, which is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Absolutely false. I'm not getting $3 a month. I'm getting 260. Uh, and so on the 260, I'm getting the taxes that I need to pay and so on. So it doesn't really matter, but like overall, make let's say $5 on this. But it's fine. It's the same thing. It's still not profit, but like income when it comes to this. So that's good news. Um, but yeah, we do like this. It's good news. Everything is working. The thing that I hadn't put in place was also the theme background effect. So the dots, for example, here were not visible in mobile view. So now they are, and I also made the executive decision that the corner radius that you are selecting here, uh, before that it was one corner radius in desktop is equal to half of that in mobile. So now it's just like everything is the same. It makes a lot more sense. So that if I say 2 rams for the corner radius, it's going to be 2 rams on both devices, as in desktop and mobile. So I do like this. I feel like this is pretty useful and working. So yeah, we we like that. It makes sense. It works. Everything is fine. I'm happy with it. And the background is kind of working at the same time. Sometimes we still have some glitches, but it's better than nothing. So yeah. I wish I understood why that's not the case. Why? Why no music? You hear like a nothing for a split second and then it goes away. Oh my God. I know. I know. I doubt it's gonna go through again. But so weird. It is. It is Apple Music being Apple Music, but at least it works at times. So now we're good. So yes, that's most of the updates for this, which is pretty good. The other updates, even though not necessarily as important, but still, the Android version of Can is in beta testing for myself. What I'm sure that everything is working uh, in the pre-beta testing things. I will launch an update which will add 4 new dictionaries, the ability to get your characters in handwritten fonts, and a bit of a better animation system for the dictionary section. So that's something that we already have in the iOS version that we need to put inside of the Android version as soon as possible. But for now, I haven't. So what it means is in your settings, you will have the ability to get the handwritten font toggle. And when you select that and you say, I want like handwritten fonts, it will give you in the quizzes the handwritten rendering here. So, for example, you have like some weird ass fonts so that you know exactly how things could look in a regular day-to-day activity. So that's pretty cool. It works for kana, radicals at times, and kanjis. And then I thought about making it happen here, and it does sometimes, but sometimes we end up with um, like how can I say that? That's not the right answer. Sometimes I end up with some characters that are not going through because the font doesn't have them, which is really annoying. But nonetheless, that's a thing. It's a beta-ish tech ID thing. Also, that just crashed, so that's sad. But yeah, overall, it's pretty good. It's working. So that's a thing that is happening on Android. And then on Perfume, I changed or added a bit of a little thing, which I talked about earlier, which is the skip recommendation button, and I made sure that it was presented in the the card itself. So that's something that will be more visible at some point to help you like skip something if you need to skip like a perfume. The system, the thing that I'm trying to like fix, I guess, is the word that I'm looking for, is the notification system. It's been 3 days of non-working notification, and because I can't test the notification um, every hour. Like that's not exactly how it works. I can't, like, I need to wait for the next day to make sure that the notification works. So that's where we are. If the notification works tomorrow morning, then I will send a version for Apple to review, and we will have the animation of the spray effect inside of the next versions with a bit of a better handling of the images. So that's for the next update. But so far, it's working. It's good. Um, Everything is kind of okay. I still had a bit of an issue when it comes to these images, but now that's fixed, so I'm fine with it. I am fine with it. I think the only one that I needed to check was one of the, and I won't be able to get it, right? Because it's empty now. Yeah. One of the perfumes that I have that is getting, how can I say that? A bit of a weird image. So that image right here is the replaced image from the original one, and the original one has a bit of an issue with how the remove background worked. So I ended up with some weird ass chops, and I can't really access that. So that's it's a bit of a sad thing. But yeah, we'll see. It's technically speaking, images are working better, so we're good. But yeah, that's most of the news for today. We have some things happening tomorrow for my Japanese class colleagues, I guess. We have like a bit of a lunchtime thingy. And today we probably gonna go into or through a ton of things on ban to remove everything related to bento because now it's dead. So we can't do anything about it. So that's why do I have a wear session manager that is removed? That makes no sense. I don't know why. That is what happened. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Most pages are missing the footer with the links. Yes, you mean the that footer here isn't in all of the sub pages. Yes, I know. I thought about it, and then I forgot about it. But we're gonna do that right now. We are gonna do that right now because we need to. We need to remove anything bento related. That's the first thing, and then we need to remove or add or re-add all of the footers. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, don't fuck me. NPM stuff that I forgot. Also, I don't know why Cursor browser is always light mode and cannot take the dark mode, even if the whole system is taking dark mode. If I clear my cache or cookie or history or hard reload, I'm not getting dark mode again. So that's kind of bad, but it's fine. It's fine. Here you go. Hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So, also, what do you like about it, Tickle? Yeah. What do you like about the project? So, in our landing pages, and specifically the sub pages, we are missing the footers. And that's it. That's all that's going to go through there. And we're going to hope that the navigation is going to work. It's probably going to break stuff. That's the plan. And yeah, I also have questions for you because now that the bento stuff are going away, the project size can or will be smaller than what it currently is, meaning that I have more space to add more cards. So what type of card do you want to have in your own profile? Uh, That's the question. That is the question. Let me see. Is it rigged? I guess it's rigged. As always, you missed it by a lot, so I'm probably gonna miss it by a lot as well. I really want this bitch to be reorganized, but yeah, I can't. I can't do that. Also, the footer doesn't really look the same as the header, as in that and that. I, I don't like it. I don't like it. Did I just miss the target by like a hair? Is that what happened? I just see that my cursor is right above myself. That's crazy. Um, it does chug. I'm not gonna lie. Um, it does kind of lag in very specific cases, but yeah. Um, yeah, the drop is not dropping today, which is crazy. Basically, dr no, the Discord card, because it's fetching a lot of data on the current active member or current member, current active and online member, and all of the other things specifically here. You can see like some of the transition are not necessarily like the most smooth, but still, it's pretty fine. This transition though, and that's gonna break everything, is not good. Like they sometimes work, but sometimes doesn't, and there's nothing that I can really do to make it work right now. At some point, yeah, but right now, no. Right now, that is not the case. But I will be able to at some point. So yeah. Ah. I would say most people don't have that many cards. I wish Roji was a person that was in here, and I wish I could be showcasing like Roji's page. I'm guessing maybe Wayback Machine could have it, but I have so much doubt on this because doubt, so much doubt. Frogo, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Can Wayback Machine load, please? Um, yes, Hugo, it would be great. I agree. I can't. Instagram doesn't allow that to happen, and it is really sad. Oh, that's not loading. That's kind of bad. Is that gonna reload? Give me something? No, not give me anything. God dang. So, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, uh, have all bitches. That's all I'm gonna say. And I can't really extract anything from what they are giving me. So extracting the thumbnails is sometimes possible, but most of the time not possible, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Um, so that's something. The, the other thing that we have is Oh, I could potentially use that. Sorry, that's my brain working all the time. Um, but yeah, LinkedIn is potential if you're posting or like a link to a post directly. It could potentially work, but it doesn't work every time. And YouTube kind of works. YouTube kind of works, but it depends on the presentation that you have. The thing that we had in here, which I wish Roji had, but that's probably not the case. Also, that's Roji is one of the most crazy amount of videos and images loaded on his own profile for no fucking reason. Like everything is just so much loaded. Nonetheless, these things, these previews, these thumbnails here and there, and specifically the ones from Instagrams, are going to be a bit more complex for me to extract and so on. So, for example, here, if I go to this one, which I guess it's not going to work, but we never know. Jerome, hi, welcome in. So far, I almost landed by a hair, and you just landed. So congrats. But yeah, um, that was a slow ass drop, but you know what? You landed, so not gonna complain about that. I'm guessing I'm not gonna land. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna reach the middle of the screen. That's what happens. So things that we will have somewhere along the line of here is what I kind of want to have. And I doubt that these previews and these thumbnails are gonna load from Wayback Machine. Um, but it might. Um, the bento export is now not working because bento's dead. Um, so yeah, you can't do anything. And their exports, you mean, yeah, just text links of everything. It's kind of sad. I have 2 events organized every month. I use Bevy platforms for ticketing and could eventually update the link every time I post a new event on Bevy. Yes, probably. I would need to implement the proper link organization for Bevy. I don't know how it works and what it is, but yeah, for sure. These thumbnails are the thing that I'm trying to get access to, but obviously I can't right now. But like technically on Bento, you had like a preview of the last 4 posts that you had in slim or horizontal, like large. And if you had like a big one, you had 6 of your last posts on Instagram. Same thing for YouTube, same thing for TikTok, I think. So all of that was really cool. However, it's not something that I can do, and I don't know how Bento was doing it. Like, I really don't have any idea how they could extract things. The only potential that I have in my head is that they got access to an API at a point where Instagram was still allowing API access from external source, and now that's not the case. So, yeah. But yeah, most people don't have that much cards anyways, and in free tier you're limited to 15, which is basically this. So, let me check Bevy. I don't think that's a... Is that the thing? Or is it another one? If you have a link to Bevy's directly, I would love to. Sure. So that's the thing. If you have like a link to an event, I would love to see exactly what we're getting from here. I'm gonna use cat for this one, or I'm gonna use Stony. You know what? I'm gonna use right there for the extraction. What do we see? Something. Okay, we don't see much, but we see something. Um, so there is not a lot here, but that's a bit of a weird thing because this is not a bevy link. This is a friends.figma.com/Barcelona because bevy allow for uh, custom domains, I'm guessing, in the pricing tiers and so on. Like if you want custom domains, you probably have the access. So that's gonna be a pain in the ass. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. um, yeah, if it's not something that is brain, no. Structured, no. Um, yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm about to say in my head, but I am about to say something. If it's not something that is structured in the same way for all the links, it's going to be really hard because I can't really define that friends.figma.com is a bevy link for. It is. It is the 30 minutes in. It's crazy. It is crazy. But we good. We good. Don't worry about it. I'm back. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. So yeah, I would need like something that is a bevy dot link. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Similarly to what I currently have for cal.co, that works. Hi, Kat. Thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Uh, welcome back. So things like, I guess I could have used this one, but like it's the same shit. A link that is cal.com/something is going to be so much more easy for me to recognize compared to the one that you shared because it's just like non-existent. It's not something that people will have. So, um, yeah. So if you have something that is like uh, bevy.event or event.bevy.com slash the event slug or something, that could work. But yeah, it's going to be kind of hard for me to just um, get that specifically here like that. Have a good phone call. The content in there doesn't really give us anything to know that this is like a bevy link in a way. So I I don't know. Yeah, they don't have like a very specific class that is bevy button or something. So that's really, I'm gonna have a very hard time to extract things from there. So I might not. Sadly, I might not be able to do the thing that you said for that reason specifically. I have the other ones though. So cal.co or cal.com is an option. Calendly is an option as well for booking. And so I think booking.com is an option as well from what I remember. It's been a while since I've done the booking sections. So, there are things, but I could see I could see that be a good option if it's a free bevy tier things. But I'll take a look. I'll definitely take a look to make sure that everything is working as intended and that we have the proper navigations and the proper cards for you. Huh. Dang. Because the footer is there now, but it doesn't give us anything if we don't have the content of said footer. Like that. That's useless. They useless. So we'll see. Um, have fun making your bed. Have fun making your bed. So as always, for the health related stuff for the people that are interested, heart is somewhere around here, pain is somewhere around here. So it's fine, but it's kind of ununderstandable for me that I don't really understand why it's that section, basically the bottom of the ribs, that is in pain compared to the rest of the heart. But it's the same pain that I used to have when the heart has a very good issue or very big issue last time. So we'll see if that changes over time. But yeah, um, we'll see. We will see. We have footer links. We have footer links here. We have footer links here, and we have footer links here and there. Cool. Now the question is, are they working? Yes. Yes, that works. Yeah, I know. I've tried that. Not the easiest thing. Not the easiest thing. I feel like one of the weirdest, I guess these are weirdest, yes. One of the weirdest thing that is happening is the medicine that I'm taking, uh, because I need to split it in half in order to not be too strong for not dying of heart not being strong enough, like hypertension is too much pressure and not enough pressure is not as good. I need to split them in half, and they are too small to be swallowed at once. So I really don't understand what's happening and how it gets stuck, but it gets stuck. So at some point I'll figure it out. Same thing, but yeah. That's it. Yes, that is a thing. For me, it's mostly ensuring that the cardio is good. So I need to fuck more, because that's the only cardio that I do, and maybe climb some stairs. But that's it. Like, eh, that's the plan. That is the plan. So that's fixed. That's done. We good with that. I'm happy with it. We have the footer links. So I'm good with this. Now that that's good. That's good. The thing that I would recommend you to do, as anyone that has a slight amount of ADHD and hyperfocusing and so on, is to see if you can harness that on your own and figure out how to basically do that and turn the hyperfocus on demand. Because as soon as you achieve this, you will be extremely good at whatever you try to achieve, because you can just hyperfocus on the task, and then it's going to be faster, it's going to be better. And after like a week or two of doing the same task, it's going to be much better than usual. So that's a good thing. Now that bento is dead, we need to fully remove the bento grid import from the dashboard and the code base. That's the thing. We'll see if that works. No more things. I mean, no more things is weird, but yeah, no more things. So the entirety of the bento importer and so on are gonna need to be um, deleted. The only thing that I'm like, maybe don't delete that is I know that the bento importer file contains some sort of a stronger Cloudflare worker for the export of the data because it kind of extracts the images, kind of extract the text as well. So I might need to keep it to reuse some of the parts that we have so far. And if that works, that works. So yeah. Nonetheless, going back to the video that you sent me on Discord, the animation is really cool. The colors that you have chosen for the dark mode, I'm guessing, is really nice as well. It works. You have one of the beginner designer thing in there. So basically the the shadow effect that you have added based on the fact that this is a dark mode environment, uh, they have they are a bit strong compared to what we would have regularly. And if you just wanted them to glow, you wouldn't have the the y-axis. So that's the only thing that I would potentially change. Other than that, everything is good. It's working. There are some stuff that could be more accessible. As in, how do you feel right now might be something that needs to be thumb reachable. So maybe you need to put that at the bottom of the screen, and then these two being some sort of a side by side instead of a stacked option, so that you can just click on both sides here or here. But yeah, then you work on it. Um, Xtail link. What do you mean? Waiting. Link me to a Twitch stream instead of YouTube. I don't link people to YouTube. I link people to both, and Twitter and Threads are deciding what's happening. So sometimes this is YouTube that's taking the lead. Sometimes it's Twitch. It depends on the platform. Sometimes it is like how can I say that? The last link, and sometimes it's the first one, so I can't really accommodate. I wish we had something like this where it does both. And you click on the one that you want. But that is not the case. That's not the case. But yeah, I agree. I wish Twitch was the first one. And yes, 2 paid users. Like it really depends. I think Threads is depending on the day. Like Threads is first link first, so Twitch is the first one, and therefore this is the first link that we have. And Twitter is last link first, which is weird. So YouTube is the first thing that is displayed in big. I don't really have the hand because last year it was the opposite on Twitter and the opposite on Threads. So I don't care anymore. But yes, also having people on YouTube is good. Having people on YouTube is good. We have good news. So Bento's dead. That happens. Not good news, but good news, which means that we now have 2 paying users, with a total of 58 user in total. that are currently using the platform as of today, midnight or midnight this morning. So there might have been more people joining since then. I don't know. The video that blew up on TikTok is getting liked every day. I think it's reaching 50,000 views now. So that's interesting. The fact that it's as vague as it is, people don't know what I'm talking about. So that's cool. But yeah, overall, that's the new stuff. We have proper settings. So for you specifically, um, when you wanted to change your handle, that is now an option directly in your settings. So you can go here, change your handle if you made a typo and so on. Right now, I'm letting you do that as much as you want. I'm gonna reduce that very soon. It's gonna be like a one time per month thing. Um, so yeah, because technically you're not supposed to change your handle every month, but yeah, if you made a typo and you want to change something, like removing the C at the end of yours, for example, that's that's a thing. So that's new, which is cool. The export is basically the same thing. The export is giving you this, so it's a bit more readable than what Bento is giving you as an export, but also like basically the same thing. Uh, like the card type makes no sense as well, and all of that needs to be added and changed, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what I can do and how I do it, but for now, it's fine enough. For now, it's fine enough. Um, but yeah, that's the news on this one. That is the news on this one. And now that Bento doesn't exist anymore, we have removed these two pages, which is really sad, but I get it. How can I do that now? I need to check. Sorry for the flashbang on this one. Oh yeah, that's so sad though. I'm using Sike as a base for the test, and right now the reason why I'm kind of sad is because the thing that I need to test is within the dashboard, and you can't really access the dashboard if you have content in your profile. So I need to wipe this profile out. But if I do that, even though I'm on dev environment, if I do that, then I can't re-import it because Bento is dead. So I wouldn't be able to get that back, which is really sad. I don't know. I don't know. Also, this, by the way, going back to Hugo's question earlier, these are the profile picture that Seke has decided to use for most of his platforms. Instagram is just not working, and that's the thing, but YouTube is working as well. And so it does work sometimes. And I don't know how and why and what else could happen, but it does, or it has worked at some point to get this, to extract the profile picture and use that as the image in the background. But for some fucking reason, it just doesn't work all the times. Like for Threads, for example, it didn't necessarily work. For Twitch, it doesn't work, but it does work. And it's just, it should, but it still doesn't. And that's just wild. I don't know. I don't know. How things looks right now in the app. I should now start thinking about what I really want in there and where and how it should look instead of just pushing things. Uh, before I look at the screens, I'm gonna push back. I think you should push things in and then think about how they should look if it works. So I think I said that before, and let me just go here so that it's a dark mode screen. um, since 2024, when I started to build my own app stuff, so it's been a year, kinda, I have noticed that instead of doing what should be inside of this app or what should be inside of this page, and then uh, building just that, I just go in with here is the 50 IDs that I have to put inside of this page. Let's build everything entirely like it works and then just remove things when they are not useful. So I usually end up, I don't know if you remember some of the first version, I probably don't, but some of the first version of the theme section where I was I did add so much. I had the amount of shadows, the hover effect, the border effect, the transition type, the transition duration, basically everything that I could think of for the theme, and I put that inside of the theme cards, and then I tried to use it. And when I tried to use it, I was like, well, this shit, I never touched it. It's been like 2 days. I haven't touched it 0 time. Remove that, and so on and so on and so on. And now we have what I think is roughly the best option for the current state of things, where you have your presets, where you have your layout for desktop and mobile, your card styles, your background styles, and then if you have like an accent color that you like a lot, that you can just add to the profile and be done with it, have like your small details and so on. But that's good enough. There might be some things that will come back, as in maybe the shadows are a bit too strong, maybe the grid could be a bit wider or less wide depending on the user choices. So that's something that will probably happen with time. But yeah, like that's not necessarily something that I would do from the get-go of going through the thinking of what exactly do I need and how does it look. It's mostly like, here is everything that I think I can do. What works, what doesn't. So that's easier for me to, I mean, it's faster for me to work like this rather than the other way around. So, choices. Welcome back, Ty. Have a good luck, Denny, as well. So yeah, overall, it's just like, to me, it's kind of that easy. But yeah. No, this is not WordPress. This is homemade, kind of homemade. But yeah, that's the billing. That's the billing. Small billing. I wish that was changing automatically, but it doesn't. Oh, that's what we can do. Yeah. On logout, we could clear out the local storage to get that out. Let's see if that runs. So, yeah, I would rather do that and think about everything and then remove than think about just what I need right now and then add up, because that goes back to the database thing that I had so many issues with. In SwiftUI, sometimes when you figure out that you are missing a field and you say, oh, I need a new field it basically wiped the Swift data container because it it recognized the schema as a new schema, and therefore the previous data is wrong and doesn't exist, doesn't conform to the schema, and therefore it's just wiped. So you end up with a user with like 1,000 lines of records inside of their schema, and you just add one field, and Swift UI and Swift data is just like, oh, that's a new thing. Let's wipe that out. So by thinking about it from the get-go, it means that my schema is as broad as possible, and then I can just remove things, but the schema remains as broad if necessary. So if later I need to re-add something, it's still going to be possible. So that's a thing that I learned from Swift data specifically. It doesn't work like this on Convex. Convex doesn't really care if you say, "Oh, that's a new field that you need to add to the documents." It's like, "Oh yeah, cool. What's the default value?" And then you're done. But yeah, just to make sure, changing some of that would help. So yeah, overall, that's where we are, which I think is pretty good. This is banned. Still the same, which is interesting because Bento's dead now. Bento's dead. All bento import component reference are fully gone. 0 matches. Remaining bento mention in the code base are in 3 other area for the competitor reference. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is my website. It is. It is. Yeah, then we can. God damn. That's one of the things that I'm like, DLLMs should be intelligent enough at this time to realize that the import from Bento with one-click line in the LLM profile generator is now a lie since the feature is gone, which implies since the feature is gone, like just let's remove that because uh, it doesn't exist. So yes, like of course I want you to clean that up. Like there is no there's no way I'm gonna leave that inside of the data. But yeah, also that. Which is really sad. The one-click importer is now not working. I feel like we need to reintroduce something that will work, and we can change the that section, the importable from dying platforms line with something else because that is now not an option anymore. So we're gonna change that. Which is the missing footer section right here. In the interactive grid section, we now need to change the since Bento is dead and the importer isn't a feature anymore. However, I don't know what we need to have here. So you need to organize your link on the grid. But I have no clue what to say instead. That's gonna be the truest of truth. You can see if that changes or work or do something. Great. So if I go here, shit. Yeah, cool. Just Linktree and Card as alternatives. It's gonna be pretty good, giving us everything we need. Everything we need. Um, yeah, I know what it is. Oh. Hmm. Maybe the last one. Uh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I thought, but I made a mistake, but I thought you were the first paying users of Band, but apparently you're not. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? I also just noticed that I noticed that message 2 minutes later. That's really bad. That's a very bad thing from me. Um, so I see that. I mean, I I'm sorry. Some things are just weird. So here, because I'm on desktop, I have the try it, drag, resize, and delete that is here instead of being here. But here, because I'm roughly on tablet, I have it here. What the fuck's happening? Is that the reason why this thing is not working? Is that it? Apparently, yeah. Apparently, yes. Um, I see. I see. I also recognize both of these emotes, so I'm happy with that. I'm happy to see this. Congrats. Uh, I mean, there is not much that you need to put inside of your own uh, page. Like, it's just which links do you have, and that's going to be pretty good. If you look at Stonies, for example, because that's the not the simplest, but it works. And you don't need like that much. We know that No Mercy is the most important thing, so No Mercy is going to be here. And then you have Twitch and YouTube as visual media stuff on the same side. I might say that I would probably get these two as the horizontal version instead of the vertical version to have them side by side, but that's about it. Like nothing else makes a lot of sense to me on Stoney's sides from my knowledge. But yeah, it's that's about it. I've seen, and then I'm lurking on some people's accounts, and some people are doing some very cool things, but uh, there is one that is fun for me. One person, which is slash Vercel, is just saying fuck you, and that's it. And I don't know who that is because their email is non-existent, and they just removed everything, and that's just their stuff. So either they are someone that is just like um, really bad with me, or that really doesn't like me, or they are used the slash Vercel as a fuck you Vercel, which I'm happy with. I don't mind. So yeah, but it's a bit of a fun thing to take a look at. And I checked some other people's um, like profiles yesterday, and it was pretty neat. One person has a very cool one. I wish I could just show you that, but I forgot their name. So we'll see. Give me a second. Give me a second. Um, it is like a lot of people have no cards and nothing in there. They just wanted to get like uh the slug, the username, but you know, that's the thing. Um, was it this one? No. That is not the one. Is it this one? Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. This one is pretty neat. They have a pretty cool profile picture, and then they have a very like nice choice for the icons that they have selected. Like they did that on purpose, and it's just it's that simple. But you know, it's a very good presentation. It's simple. You have everything, and yeah, nothing to complain about. Like it's just as that. It's nice. They did have to create and or reuse some of the icons and images that they already had, um, but I feel like for an easy thing, that's pretty neat. The only thing that I don't understand is this one. I don't get why the LinkedIn um, like background is not blue. That makes no sense. That wasn't supposed to be red or pink, so I don't know what happened. uh, but something happened, and it's red right there. So that's kind of bad. But you know, eh. Anyways, that's the thing. So I'm checking out some of the good ones, the good profiles, because I want to use them later in the examples. We used to have the example page on the homepage, and that was pretty useful for helping other people understand like what it could look like and so on. Similarly to what Bento had with the presentation of examples, I feel like if I have um, under the grid here, like a bit of a button says, look at examples or example from the community or something, and then I just create a whitelist of the examples and then pricing its own, like that button basically. That would be a probable potential good option. But yeah, we'll see. For now, I don't know. I don't know yet. It's a debatable point. So so that's the new subtitle. We're good with that. The bento card have been removed, so the cover is now completely free of any bento reference, which is good, even though it could have been a good thing to keep some of the bento names in there. I know I talked about it as a lawsuit avoidance situation where we want to avoid speaking of and duplicating what bento has been doing. So maybe that's a good idea. Maybe I could just have that. But yeah, these two files are deleted. Remove the import usage with the bento from alternative options. I mean, technically that is not necessary. Like the allowing profile generator could be, we could keep that in. We just replaced bento with card. That's the thing. I feel like if we keep that, if we keep that in, it might be a better option because we end up with people looking for bento and then getting that as an alternative option. So I feel like that's It's not a bad idea to keep in there. Self-employed, no authority with confidentiality closed, so can only put hobby stuff in the boxes. Congrats, first of all, on signing the self-employment NDA-ish thing. You can. You should be able to. Like that or that is editable. So that's wild. Okay, that's important. Thank you. I'll take a look. Basically, you're saying that if I'm changing this, like I know, for example, that I will never have anything else after the text, and I just have this thing. If I click away, it's coming back. I see. That might be because no, it is a bug, not a feature, sadly, on this one. That might be because I am currently live, and therefore it's a constant sync. You know, I know you are not, but I am. And because it's using my tokens, maybe some sync thing in the background for the live badge, but that's kind of weird. I mean, it's not working for me either, so I will have to take a look at that for sure. For sure. Input from Bento in one click, that goes away, and that makes sense because we don't have it anymore. So I'm fine with that. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. In the card registry. I'm sorry, that's so much lines removed. That's crazy. So that's gonna be good. Let's keep all of that for now and see if at least I can drop that. It's a lot of changes. Bento be dead. Bento be dead is the reason. Cool. Let's see. Let's see the that. That can go away. The missing features are fixed. The dashboard page implementation is fixed as well. We can remove that. It seems the edit of text in the Twitch card isn't working. The user can edit the text, but on blur, it reverts to the previous strings, I guess. But yeah, that's a weird thing. That is a weird thing. Other than that, though, going back to the question that I had earlier, any other cars that you would like to see in there? Like specific platforms, specific rendering of things. I know that we've asked or we've talked about potentially getting wait, the playable Spotify music cards inside of the profile. But yeah, um, what do you mean doesn't accept update? uh, that apparently the Twitch card component had a bit of an issue. So if that's fixed now, uh, we can make sure, that the others don't have the same fucking issue. I guess the only one that might be a bit weird, and I kind of talked about it before, is the Last FM one, because I don't really know how um, the titles and subtitles are going to be reacting if Last FM is sending new data, but the user has changed the title. That is something that I wish I could check or do or change, but yeah, we'll see. It's um, it's a bit of a weird thing, because I don't listen on Spotify anymore, so I'm basically just limited to there. Um, let's not play some French music, please, please. No French music. Um, because that's working. When I'm here, I can just change it and it just doesn't work. But like, it also fetch every 200 millisecond or something, and it's kind of bad. Not 200 milliseconds every minute or something. Uh, you can't change the Last FM title, which makes a lot of sense, right? But if you can't change it, like you can't change the artist either as this, because that's the case. You can do that, but yeah, like I feel like you shouldn't be able to even get in the edit format because it makes absolutely no sense to let you get the interface and then not save anything. So that's the good thing. So we need to disable edits on the last FM card so that the input don't even show, I guess. That might help. That might help. You know, for reasons. Also, it changed like a ton of shit, though. Um, Not too much, but kind of. uh, yeah, that's good. That's better. That's better. At least I don't have like something I can edit on these two things. Good. Good. Better. So these ones have been re-added for the Twitch animations and stuff. The booking card, I don't know if that's a good idea, to be honest. Um, I feel like this might not be necessary in any way, shape, or form because we don't really have titles. But I don't use booking, so I don't know. To be checked in the future, but like at least we have all of that that is changed. The last FM things can't edit the title, is just receive the titles and we're good. And the new one now has the update for the on update, change update, and so on. So that's titles is going to be the title of this commit, which makes no sense, but that's good enough. And we'll see. Yes. Because you may be someone that is like organizing a trip or something, and you have like a specific booking that is your own, like an Airbnb link, and because they work kind of the same way. So you could have your own booking affiliate link inside of your profile if you wanted to. It's the thing that works at times. Did that update? It did update. Now I can't do that. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, no. Me neither. That's the thing. I don't use Booking for finding a place, and I don't rent my own stuff, so I can't really check things out, bitch. Oh my god. I knew that would happen. I just re-entered the two-factor authentication like yesterday or something, and now it's just not working again. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. We have more visitors today. Interesting. Interesting. Um, I'm just looking for the deployment to make sure that the deployment is working, because that sometimes doesn't. uh, that's not cheaper. Not cheaper. That's not like lighter than what we used to have. So that's kind of sad. Um, but yeah, we'll see. We will see. It still feels heavy of a website and platform. So we'll see if that changes anything. So if the changes worked, which is what we just did, this should be good. And then when I blur, it saves and we're good. You can edit your titles and subtitles on Twitch. Yep. That's done. That's good. That's good. This one is a pain in the ass. When you change your grid settings, I implemented it weird. So if I change my space to be 32, the grid is resizing but not fitting resizing. So it gets like so much more space on the side. And in order to refit, I would need to be at like 56 in order to make it make sense. And 56 in space is massive. That's not a good idea. So, yeah. I can't really avoid the 24. Even the 16 is just like not good. So I need to fix that. I need to fix that. To implement health kit. Congrats, that's good. um, yes, you probably might uh, be able to extract some things from HealthKit, which is pretty cool. You could also extrapolate stuff. So similarly to my ring and how it's reacting and presenting some data in HealthKit directly, um, it might be interesting as well. Mm. Mm. Yeah, that highlighted shadow is kind of wild. Um, I am so tired already. I haven't taken my meds already. That it's gonna be wild. I'm seeing some layout shift in a way that just doesn't make a lot of sense, but I get it. Um, everything is good. Everything is good, Ty. Everything is working. We are making some progress. The profile on the cars now titles edit, which is good. But yeah, no, you have scrolled a bit. The thing is, my issue is here. The difference in between the two is like, even if you scrolled, your plus button is closer, which is kind of weird. Um, but it's fine. The other thing that I have here that I would recommend you uh, is these should be highlighted. Uh, like this, basically, from the start. Like they should all be full brightness. And then when you select one of them, the others are going to fade rather than getting all of them fade because it looks like they are disabled and not clickable in any way. So that's it makes sense. Just it's not highlighted, it's not pressed on, so it's not lit, but you want all of them to be lit and then the rest to uh, disappear a bit after the fact. Or you want to start with things pre-selected. So, for example, if I go back to this, I should just go in Xcode, but that's the same thing. It doesn't matter. If I go here, for example, and I were to say start testing, I am by default pre-selecting one of them, and then I can change the values that I'm selecting. But because one of them is pre-selected, the rest being like kind of dimmed, that's good. But if you want to have all of them like highlighted, presented, and so on, then that's better. I wouldn't start with one of them selected. Like that's the thing that I would say for you. I wouldn't have assume a good day kind of thing, which is usually what that is. But yeah. Otherwise, it's pretty good. I like these. They might be a bit tall for what they are and their use cases, unless you want to add like some background effects later. The space in between these is not the same as the space in between these. So just make sure that your vertical space gap is at 8 instead of 12 on this. Because you have like a 20 right there. So it's interesting. This goes to be like, that's so wild of a sentence. This looks to me as something that is of a common pattern. So let's say that this thing is a 256 by 256. That's a perfect square, which is basically what you have. You currently are using an icon. Let's use the code icon because it's there. Right about here with fill and 10%. Right here. Right there. You're not like that tight, but that's the idea. I'm gonna do that as well because it's gonna make sense. You have your title right there and your subtitle right here. Right. And an icon on the side. So dang. Bitch, stay in. Oh my god. That's basically it, right? So that is one of the common pattern of behavior. One of the things that you see people do right after this is the additional switch, which means that you take this thing and instead of having the icon right there like this, you have it right here like this. Like one of these things where it is inside off, but not really, but inside off nonetheless. So these are options as well that people are doing. So that is usually where people are going after that. And then the other thing that some people are going to do is add like either something like this, even though that's like less active, but not impossible anyways. But adding like a bit of a gradient of color at the top of things. So if your image, whatever, was this, like for your color, then that is something that will happen as well. And you can combine both of them, obviously, to get like something that makes more sense, that matches what you want to have, and so on. Both work. Both are options. I would say the usual thing right now is card background. I shouldn't have said design, but that's fine. You will see that. Damn, that's my stuff. Like shit like this, for example, with these gradients and that kind of change of design specifically for the icon is an option as well for you to get like something that stands out, but it's not necessarily something that you want. We've seen some features called in the past with the big ass illustration in the background, which I don't think would fit what you're trying to achieve. I think the minimalism that you currently have is pretty good. You might just need some gradient or effects or small nudges here and there to make the things look better or feel better for what it's supposed to be doing. But that's basically the thing that I just did with the icon being like a gradient in the background, usually placed in the corners. And again, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. I'm saying that this is something that people are doing usually, and I'm not gonna shy away. This is basically what I'm doing here as well. So it's good. It's a very simple and common behavior in practice. It works. it does the job. Nothing to complain about. Sometimes it works better than others, um, but most of the times it's fine. I'm looking for one type of card specifically, which I obviously can't find. Otherwise, we would be talking about it. It would be in front of me. But yeah, it's one of these new card types, specifically the illustration things where people are doing, um, like, let's say you have one of these. No. You probably have seen that, by the way, in terms of what is currently trending over the other platforms. Let me just align these, make sure that they are the same, and then potentially do that. That's basically the Toyota logo. That's crazy. Almost done. Basically, people doing these as illustration, placing them right here at the top of the cards, and then making sure that this thing is like contained in shapes that are like kind of abstract, and then on top of that they have a no layer blur, like very, very dim thing, like not exactly this one specifically, not that center one, but that's a current patterns that I'm seeing a lot more lately than other things. It's just like it's kind of wild that people are still like adding stuff, adding design. The thing that I did for Denny last week, what the fuck is that? Did we do that here? No. Did we do that here? I don't know which page we did the thing on. I don't know if we did it in a very specific page. That was you. I don't know how to read that. Was it just in a fucking side thing and I don't remember? Probably. Sorry. That makes me laugh because that person has created Duolingo all files available for free, and they probably got like a cease and desist from Duolingo directly. This thing that I did for Denny last week on the button, like a very subtle addition of a bit of a patterns element for the background effect, is potential in the cards as well. Just make things look a bit better. Same thing for the text in the background. That's something that would be interesting as well for you to get like the effect. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. This is pretty good nonetheless. I would say there is like a bit of a repetition that might not be necessary. But then it really depends on your use case and how you want to create this thing, which is like, it's a you thing, so I don't have any I don't have anything to say on this. Um, but in terms of the repetition, you have the arrow in the same spot every time. Is it necessary for you to remember that it is a clickable thing when it's that big of a card that looks like a button? I don't know. Um, can it be like a more subtle icon itself? Um, so yeah, I mean that's a good accessible thing. But going back to what I said uh, on this one, the fact that the mood was at the top is kind of complex for me. I would rather have the things at the bottom because it's uh, simpler to reach and so on. So that's the thing. Like these daily mood log would be here for me. Like probably having just switching the order of things so that when you are loading the app for the first time, you have your mood and then you have what the fuck do you want to write today? Um, but like it's not much. Um, I'm guessing that Ropey's has sent something in the self promo. Not yet, god damn it. He's been asking for sharing some content in the design help. I'm gonna just not design help, the self promo. Um, I don't. I don't have Rex for that. um, um, that's he's building an app, and there is like a test flight coming in, so that's something to take a look at. We'll probably have something in the self promo at some point to check out. Specifically on a Friday is a good idea. Friday is a good idea, but yeah, no, overall, like you did a pretty good job when it comes to the app itself. I feel like you may need some accessibility in terms of reach here and there, and you might want to go through some simplifications as well. Like maybe you just have two main cards instead of four for your activities. Maybe you get a recap of your metrics in the morning. Like if I go back to this, because this is a pretty good reference. Like that's not a bad idea. I'm getting my overall feedback when I'm loading in the morning. I have that at the top, which is not something that I will be clicking most of the times. I just need that value, which right now is the calorie, which, as you've seen, I walked a lot today. Uh, uh, so overall, like it is, goddamn, that's higher than usual. Uh, these are things that are like thumb reachable all the times. Nothing really crazy over here. So that's something that you can take into consideration when you're building the layout itself. But yeah. Um, I see. Interesting. Um, yeah. So I I'm gonna say that specifically with that example. I know that you just took that example for the sake of the example, but it's whatever. Um, Sleep tracking from the iPhone directly. If you don't have a ring or an Apple Watch or another watch or something that is tracking your sleep, it's not really reliable much. Your activity is kind of same thing. Most of the health data that you have, if you don't have like a dedicated tracking device for that, it's going to be kind of complicated to get like truly believable and legit data when it comes to what HealthKit is going to provide. But it's better than nothing, I agree. But still, so there is a ton of thing that you need to do to to do the interpretation of the data on your own, on your end, and probably properly get the output that you are looking for. But most of the time, it's going to be kind of fucked. So, um, yeah, it's a bit of a, I would say it's a bit of a weird thing to like the health kit is going to give you an approximated output of what it is, specifically when it's iPhone related and not device related. And therefore, you can only rely on an approximation of something that happened. So that's really, really not good. At least from my point of view, I wouldn't trust my phone. Like when I'm looking at the health data, the good thing is that the the ring is tracking everything. So I have all of my sleep, even though that sometimes it's not really good. I have all of my sleep. I have my heart rates. I have steps. When I'm going out, I usually have my watch. My watch is also something that is like, you know, pretty good for like walking and heart rate and other thing and sleep as well. But I don't wear the watch during sleep time. Um, it's not a free doctor, but yeah. It is shared between your devices. So if you have Apple Health on your iPad and your iPhone, and you use your iPhone most of the time, you can see your health data on your iPad because it's your cloud account. Um, but that's it. It's not like your girlfriend and you have a shared health data. I mean, you could, but that's usually not the case. Yeah. You need different iCloud accounts to make sure that things are working enough. Uh, no built-in AI, yes. That's interesting as well. It's kind of sad. Ah, we can't find the thing. I'm still looking for the cards that I have in my head, and obviously they just don't. They're not there. They aren't there. But that's the same thing that you currently have. So the icon is in the other direction, and that seems repetitive to me. The fact that the icon is there to like give you the idea that, oh yeah, you can click on this. Um, to not have a text that says see more is kind of eh. Damn. Why am I so dead right now? That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm gonna take the meds and see if I'm dying. Yeah, different colors, different icons, different shapes could be interesting. I've seen um yes. um you may not know, but as something that is a potential good option, um period trackers. might be uh, a good thing for inspirations. They have been doing some of the most interesting layouts lately, and so shit like the let me see if I can find it. Let's see if it's better to go into most appreciated. Might be better. Uh, Not this week, May. All the time. Yeah, shit like this. This is very old. This is at the time when I started building like apps. So this is a very good reference for what it is. They had these representation of you as the woman with the period and so on, and you could define your symptoms, and the version of you here would have some alternative like changes in how it looks. That is kind of fun in terms of what they have trying to achieve, but the behavior and the rendering of the entire thing is pretty interesting because it stands out and it's not like a square, 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 button, button, button type of thing. It's just like, oh, okay, so you can expand a section. You can tap somewhere to define like a mood in a bit more um, details and so on. So that's an interesting one. Stony, welcome on in with the baguette right away. That is crazy. How is your day going? But there is like a ton of other potentials that are very similar. Um, so this is good. Don't go on YouTube. YouTube is empty. YouTube is empty. Hmm? TD, welcome on in. How's the day going? So in there, like you have a ton of other options for the layouts and the behaviors and so on. So I can highly recommend that as a check and reference. You know, all of that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's just some of the platforms that you haven't necessarily learned from, heard of, thought about, may have patterns that are pretty cool. Um, for reference, you know. So, yeah. That's a sound alert. That's what happened. I am not. We are talking about your own app, and there is some things when we are looking at the current design that are working, but might be a tad too classical and square, 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 button, 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 card, card, card situation. And so the period pane uh, products and apps from the past have been really interesting when it comes to their representation of UI and their exploration of what could happen in an interface that is not necessarily something that is like as simple as a tracker. Like most of the latest one have sometimes a bit of a, I mean, for me, a bit of an issue when it comes to the rendering because it looks like a calendar and that's it and nothing else. Like it's just a pink calendar, and we don't have anything else in there. So an app like this one, which I recommended earlier, is very interesting because you have, it's very old first of all, but you have the ability to just expand like different design pattern for the expansion choices. When it comes to your symptoms, you can just tap or expand and then select the symptoms. When you select something, it's going to add it to your avatar-ish type of thing. So that's really cool. But yeah, we do like these things as a reference for alternative layouts, alternative behaviors, and sometimes um, shit like this might be good. Um, so it's always a good reference to go outside of what you're trying to achieve. But because this is a journaling, personal health, mental health app, then like getting into uh, similar health related platforms that are not necessarily just mental health. That's the thing. Congrats. That's a small amount of streams, Stony. 25 streams. Congrats. But yeah, no, nonetheless, that's one of the things that I had in mind for everything. Most are going to be similar. Like they you expect something that stands out, and then everything is really it's really straight. Really basic. Uh, so yeah. Um I I I'm gonna fight back that fight that back. You don't need to uh make nice looking app now. You need to make functional looking app that looks nice. I know, I know. It's a small detail, but it's a very big thing that people needs to figure out because I've seen so many good looking app that just don't function, can't function, and yeah, we don't like that. So it needs to function for you. And one of the things that I have noticed as well in the past few years of building stuff is most of the time, if it's something that is for yourself, you will be more willing to build something that is as functional as possible. And then once it is, and you've seen it twice, three times, four times, and you're like, fuck, I need to change the design of this thing, then you will pull something out and figure out like a way to make it look better. So the best example that I have for now is this button, skip recommendation button that looks like shit right now. It's not supposed to be here, but it's working right now. So with that, I can have like I'm seeing that almost every day for the past 3 to 4 days, and I'm like, this is shit, and I know exactly what I need to do. But that is for kind of later. Um, and when it's on the recommendation in the homepage, it's also like not visible. So I know what I need to do. But right now it's working, so I just need to do the changes when it's going to be released, not before that. I just need the thing to work as much as possible. So yeah. Um, no, it's just a skip button. That is just a skip button. Um, cool. But yeah, how are you, TD? How's everything? How's the new website? I feel like this is a Denny color scheme thing right there for the new website. That could be a very interesting cream. Uh, so my glasses are so yellow that I couldn't see the color properly. My bad. My bad. Um, yep. I mean, if it works, and it does the job, you know. I I'm fine with it. I don't know why the window is shorter on one of the two. That's kind of that that's kind of weird, but all right. Um, but if it works, you know, um, I mean specifically because it looks like a dashboard slash logs. Eh, then you don't need much. Like if I'm looking at the potential improvements here, it's going to be simplified the table into something that just is easier to read for the things. So for me right here, I would just put the threads next to the level or next to the time or something, because the width of threads in terms of a column is never going to be that big. So if you put it here, you know which threads it's on, which level, and then the message that goes with it, and the message can take as much space as it needs to be. But that's it. Like that's the only thing. I'm still not a dev, so no, I'm not gonna remove that. If it's useless, you can remove it entirely. But you know, if you wanted to keep it, put that there. Um, damn, I am dying right now. But yeah, no, overall, that's that's a functional thing. It's kind of weird to have like your dashboard being a cute ass card and so on, and your logs being logs, very bad logs. But again, if it works, it works. Like there is nothing to talk about on this one. It's just it's that easy. Um, it is that easy. But yeah, that's Flora. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It has been a bit. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna click on this one. I know what it is. Yeah, they all look really, really similarly. Like, I know I was looking at period trackers, and because there was the word tracker inside, obviously the fitness tracker popped in, but that made me laugh because if you have a period tracker that looks like this, you are really into cars. Like, yeah, no questions. No questions. Anyways, moving on. So yeah, overall, that's the thing that I would recommend you, for the apps. Like, just make it work for you. Make sure that the things are accessible and like uh, thumb reachable, efficient in working, and so on. And then the best thing, if you ever want to potentially one day uh, open it to the rest of the world, just make sure that you use it for at least a month on a daily basis, and take mental notes of, oh yeah, this thing could be improved here and there. um but yeah, that is a gaming platform exploration on Dribble, meaning that not much is going to be there other than the same screen 3 times. But designing a site for an organization that you are in, that's pretty cool. Is it good enough or can I do better? That's an interesting thing. Do you want to show me what it is? It is Friday. It's a review day, so if you want me to take a look at it, feel free to share a link. Flora, on this one, that is welcome. But yeah, no, I don't know. You don't need too much. That's the only thing that I'm saying, and I wish I could not derail myself with everything. Um, You need to use the app. That's what I'm saying. Have a good grocery shopping event. It happens. But yeah, you need to use the app to make sure that it works. Like, for example, for me, Han has been used on a daily basis uh, from my point of view to make sure that I learn stuff. And then when I started building perfume, I kind of stopped using it because I knew that it was working. And every time I'm using it, it's fine, it's working, it does the job. But now that I'm going back into learning Japanese a bit more heavily for many reasons that you don't know yet, that you will know maybe at some point, I don't know. Um, I'm feeling that some of the things could be tweaked, and I'm going back to the profile and the project and then changing some of the code here and there. But that's it. Like other than that, it's just if you use it and it's working and it's fine, it's gonna be fine for most people. So yeah. Um, am I married? No. No, no, no. I am not. I might have been if my ex wasn't cheating on me for the past 5 years of our relationship. But because she was, that's the thing. Um, that's the current design style. Current design style. Indeed. Indeed. Not to give her like the benefit of the doubt or to say that she was right to do it anyways, but like she met the guy before she met me, and then she met the guy and then she moved to France, and the guy stayed in Japan. So basically, they broke up or didn't do anything. Um, and yeah, basically for 5.5 years, which is impressive to be honest. I mean, there was COVID in the middle, so that also didn't help in terms of longevity. But that's cute as fuck. But yeah. Anyways, back at it. Uh, I added this yesterday. I changed the image previews for my accounts, and then the only one that I don't have like a picture of is the cakes because the images of cakes that I have are not necessarily um, good enough. So like I don't have anything there that is worthy of uh, the front page, not from my standards. Like maybe this one is, but it's also like an old ass picture and it would be cropped just there, so you don't really recognize what it is. So I don't know. I don't know. And then there is a ton of other cakes that I haven't posted, which I should have, but I don't know why I didn't. Um, maybe this one is the only one that would be potentially worthy because of the red and how it looks and so on, but it's not like these pictures are not, they're not good. So yeah. I need one more post and then we are 3333. uh, yeah, I really need this. I really need that. So now that we're here, I know that what I want in there, so we changed the Twitch card thing. I'm gonna remove that. In the editor grid, we want the uh, placeholder, I guess. Placeholder card. I'm gonna do things in parentheses here. That shows up when a card starts to be dragged, I guess. To not be blue, but to be using the primary color, text color, primary color, with an opacity of 40%, 24%, let's say 40% for now, of 40%. And that's going to be a double ask, which is a very bad idea. And we also want to make sure that the drop zone, I don't know exactly how I can call that, the placeholder corner radius matches the user selected card corner radius. Yeah. Selected by the user in the theme. Let's hope. Let's hope that works. So the main point here is I don't want the drop zone to be blue because that makes absolutely no sense to me. And I also want the drop zone corner radius to match the selected corner radius that I have defined here. So if I said that my corner radius is 1 point, then that's the thing. You found an effect. Oh. I see that. Let me read the exact placeholder CSS. I don't know if it's a placeholder. Yeah, hard-coded blue. Cool, so we need this to be... Yeah, you just found the camera effect. One camera effect. So, let's see. Let's refresh just in case. It's still blue. You changed my camera effect. There's a lot of things that can redeem things. Basically, the channel points that you have right there will do stuff. So if I go to... Where is it? This. Right there. We did redeem at the same time, Stony. That's a crazy thing. That's a crazy thing. That is a crazy timing. So these are the type of thing that happens. And the aesthetic one is another one that is pretty cool. It just makes the dithering everywhere. That isn't working. That is not working. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, cool. That's working for now. We're gonna change the values here to be like a, I don't know, 4. so that I can check the corner ridges work. That's good. That's good. Great. Now it needs to be way lighter. So I guess maybe 16% opacity. I guess. Also, I need to blind all of you. I'm sorry about that. Not really have a choice on this one. Yeah. 16 is still way too visible. Let me 8% and 16% here. Right, because it was doubled, so yeah, don't do that. That's okay, but it's also like not great. I don't know. I don't want to do. I mean, it's not that I don't want to do. I don't mind, but yeah, that's more subtle. I like that. I like that. It's visible enough. It's a subtle drop. You don't really mind. It's just like you need it to be here and visible, but that's it. Like nothing else. How does it look if we have a color in the background? Cool, it works. We have a color in the background, it's dark. Cool, it works as well. Great. Placeholder. It's doing okay. We have 2 paid users. 2. We have 2 paid users since yesterday. Bento is dead since today, since exactly 3 hours ago. 2 hours ago. No, 3 hours ago. So that's kind of sad, but that happened. So now all of the bento links and the upload and the aggregation and so on can't work anymore. So I had to remove that, which is annoying, but it's also like beneficial for me. It's working pretty well. Like I'm not. I don't mind it. I do have like issues with transparency on my computer specifically, but it is simple enough. It does its job. It has the rendering as we like it on mobile and desktop as 2 different things. That's a cool addition, which I do like. And yeah. Bento is a platform that is basically what I have here. That's that's what it is. Bento is an old platform. It is 5 years old, 5 or 6 years old, and it was a way for you as the user to get like the all of your links in one place. So you may have heard of Linktree, of Link in Bio, BioLink. All of these things are usually just giving you things that look, most of the times, now that we have like templates and so on, but most of the time they look like this. And it's a bit boring. And we get it. It's like straight to the point and that's it. And you can just, simplify and whatever. But it's not nice. Everyone looks the same, and there is nothing really branded about that. Like, you can select whatever the fuck you want, but that's about it. So Bento from there decided to create something that looks a bit more interesting and have like a bento grid like that with cards with the content in question. And technically speaking, if I want to be more accurate, this is most likely what Bento was looking when it started without the glow behind the elements. So yes, it is a very nice croissant. But yeah, that's very much what Bento used to look, or how it used to look. And by just having that, you have a better like engagement potential with your users, because it's just like it's a more unique presentation. So that was the plan. And then Linktree, right here, decided to buy Bento 2 years ago, and they let it live for 2 years. And last month they decided, well, Bento doesn't make us any money, so we're gonna kill that now. And they did. And that's what happened. And now Bento's dead. So when you look at bento.me and you press enter, you arrive here, which is really sad. Which is really, really sad. But I get it. But yeah, that's what bento used to be. It looks like this. It was much better, and now everyone looks like shit. And it's really sad. um anyways, so I'm replacing it with something that is more sustainable, more ethical in a way, and probably gonna be better for customization compared to what current stuff is. So yeah, we are there. We are there. So now that's what ban replaces. A lot of people, by the way, some of my replies, which I haven't seen, which is kind of wild. That person said even if it's a bento clone, it looks more interesting and offer much more room for customization, which is really true, and that was kind of the point. As a base, bento used to be light mode only, and for me, I'm getting light mode only for the free tier, and yeah, that's the good thing. That's good. But now you don't have the import, which is really sad. Which is really sad. Anyway, so that's done. That's good. We have the placeholder color that is working with the viable light or dark, so that's good. The corner radius is going to adapt to the selected corner radius so that it matches, so we're good with that as well. And the only thing that I need to figure out is the disappearing of said placeholder, and I still haven't. So yeah, we want the placeholder to remain visible until the card that is linked to it is linked to it sit in place. Right now it gets deleted as soon as the user release drag, I guess. You probably have pressed the M button without being inside of the text field. Well, that's it. I wanted to see. I wanted to see something. Ah, so sad. So sad. On a Friday, specifically for the review day, no link shared. Oh my god. What a concept. But this is so slow, though. This is so slow. But yeah, basically what I have is that when I release, you can see that the placeholder just disappearing as soon as I remove um, my drag, and I want this to not be the case. But yeah. Um, some greens, nut, and what nuts from the market. Well, have good nutting time. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Well, that Figma link was crazy. That's a very governmental agency website. Everything is clean. It showcase or it's using like very sharp corners for uh, authority and like you know, um, I mean, link shortener are fine, but you know, if it's a Figma link, it's fine. Um, I get it. It is fine. I think that works. You know what? Overall, it's pretty simple, it's pretty good. You have potentials for accessibility issues right here in the center when the gradient is gonna transfer to the image. But overall, you seem to have organized that properly. Make sure that you test this with like an image that is lighter or darker based on, whatever. Um, but this is pretty good. The perceived subconscious thing from that design style with everything very sharp and everything very square is going to be trust, corporate, and reliable. So based on the fact that this is like news-ish and event-based related, apparently, from what I can read here and there, that's a really good thing. The font is nice. It's not too small, it's not too big, like you have real hierarchy in between your titles and your content. You might want this section to be a tad bit smaller. Maybe take like this font sizes here. Right now, it looks like you have the same font size on the content and the information underneath. So potentially making that a bit tinier. Same thing here, like a bit smaller for hierarchy information, but that's it. Overall, you're doing pretty good. Um, you're doing pretty good. I don't know about this section on the cards. Like, I feel like they might not be as useful as you think they are, but overall that works. Same thing here, that's good. Great hierarchy of information, great presentation. It's kind of it's kind of weird because these cards look more important than these ones, but I get that. Um, No, I feel like you need the infos there. At least on these three cards, you need that because it's the events. You kind of need to have the dates for sure, and the time for sure, and the place for sure. But it might not be uh, well presented in the current format. But overall, that's fine. Let's see if we have something here. Let's take a look at blogs. Um, Like if I'm looking at this, for example, as how it is, you're probably gonna see that in a second. Why did I close this? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The card itself has a very similar hierarchy than what you currently have. So you have the time that you would have at the top, then the title, the subtitle, and then you have the information related to the event. So for you, you wouldn't have the image itself. You would just have these things on the side, and then that would be your whole thing, and that's good enough. Maybe you don't have this, but that's fine. Overall, it's kind of good. Like nothing really to talk about. Like it's very, very simple. It's just a matter of hierarchy. Again, when it comes to like these cards, how you want them to be presented, you want these date to be like kind of smaller than the text for the hierarchy, which you already have. So I mean, you already have the data, not the text changes. But yeah, no, overall it's good. Overall, it's pretty good. Um, Based on the fact that these are events, and that's important, there is a need for you and for the main users of that platform to make sure that what they are looking for first is the first thing that they see. So if I'm looking for a title, maybe that's the thing that I want to see first, which makes a lot of sense. But then I might want to know where it is and when it is first before I have the description. So there might be a need for you to just switch these things to make them right under the title, and maybe have even that swapped with the location first and then the date and then the time. Um, but it really depends on the user behavior and how the people that are currently using the website uh, are like looking for things. I know that it really depends on the type of events that I'm going to, but I usually go in that order of what is it, where is it, when is it. So the where is almost the most important thing after the what. Like if I'm invited into, and I've been invited into an event for next week, no, in 2 weeks, um, which is a cursor event, as we do cursor event in Paris. And so based on where it is, I'm then saying, can I go or can I not go? So if it's too far, I'm gonna not go. If it's close enough, I'm gonna go. So that's the type of thing that can happen. So for the hierarchy in terms of how you have presented everything, that's pretty good. For the user base, you might want to potentially just switch things around, but it doesn't really matter. It's just like that works. Switching works as well. It depends on the user. It depends on how many people you can interview as well to understand if they are looking for the place first and then the date and then the time, or if they are looking for the date first and then the time and then the place. So that's a thing. Um, yeah, something like this could be an option. Um, I still make that smaller, but yeah. Like I don't know what your font size is right here. But yeah, something like this, that's much better. Uh, to help like everything. It's just it you have the hierarchy of information in there where it's like that's the title, that's the thing that we want you to anchor your eyes on, and then you know where it is, you know when it is, you know what time you're supposed to be there, and then you have the bit of a description, and then you can view the details and so on. So that's to me that's the easiest um, potential switch. But then again, it really depends on your user base. So I used to, Ty, I used to use Photoshop and Illustrator. I think the last time I used Illustrator was in 2013. So it's been a while. It's been a while. No need anymore. Um, but that's a good switch as an option. Um, and then it's just a matter of preferences and so on. Like the dividers might be a bit too much. You might just keep one of them, um, because you want the title, place, and date as one block, and the description being something that is additive. Uh, so that sometimes is something that you can do. But yeah, I'm hacking the file. Hacking the file. As one does, the usual. Don't worry about it. Um, so for me, if I take that and I remove this thing, I make sure that the top here is at 0. It's closer to the elements. I'm probably gonna get like 4 so that it's just uh, slight alignment. That space in between the two is a bit big for what it is. So I could see that as a like an 8 or 6 right there, and then this one get a bit more space underneath. But that's like not a very much necessary thing, but just like having real separation um, there is a pretty good thing. If I just use that instead, so I'm using a divider instead of a border for the thing. So using that at 0, making sure that it doesn't have any border whatsoever, so that these two can be basically contained together um, as one element. Then that whole thing right here is at 16 or maybe 24 if you wanted to give it like a lot more. Uh, Valentine's Day is tomorrow for me, not today. Like something like this might be a bit more uh, aligned with what I have in my head. The other things, even though that is not necessarily something that would make a lot of sense for the use case, but getting that with a bit more um, transparency so that the hierarchy is also like reinforced. But this is still like uh, like vital information. So instead of getting that to be that thin, and I'm gonna use outfit as a replacement for Satoshi because it's kind of similar, but getting it in medium or getting it in like regular because you were in like kind of light could be enough to offset that transparency thing. So it's still visible, but there is different colors for the scale and so on. Um, so that's the thing. Also, Ty, no, I'm only streaming on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. No other days. No other days. Um, but yeah, right now you're in light, which is fine. But that's a potential switch that you can do to get the information. And then going back to what we did earlier, or what I said earlier, um, if you had just that, God damn it, bitch. If you did that instead, that's also potentially an option, right? You have the information at the bottom the same way that you had it earlier, but just with a smaller font and informations that are like relevant but not as relevant. So you have title and description first, and then the information that is added. That might be exactly what you need. So, you know, it's an option. It wasn't. I'm not gonna lie, this was a bit too big. And the thing that I had here makes a lot more sense for me in terms of spacing in between these two at 8. Is like, yeah, that I can I can deal with that. That makes sense. But yeah, yeah, you know, small details. Small details. I am not. I am not a fan of One Piece. I have watched oh, 500, 600 episodes in total, and it pissed me off. Just it's not as good as people make it sound it to be. And if it's like you need to go through the entire fucking arc in order to reach the point where it starts to be interesting. Ugh. Like it's give me a break. Do the thing. Give me the thing. You have the thing. It should be there. So yeah. Yeah, no, overall that's pretty cool. I feel like that works in terms of hierarchy and presentation. The the rest of the page, going back to where we were, the rest of the page is great. Um, the information that is here, same thing. Like if you just resize some of the information is there for the hierarchy, that would work as well. Um, but yeah, no, that's pretty nice. You need to, I mean, right here, I'm guessing this is probably a temporary file for me right now, which appreciate it. um, but you really need to have like a very good event page for this to work. Um, like event related websites have a ton of potential, and most of the people have a lot of issues with the outcome of the after. So you see the event, people are hyped, they click on it, they don't know what to do. That's usually what happens. So if you go and you take like inspiration in Meetup, that's the type of thing that could be interesting as well, for understanding how these are working. But like what is presented, what is seen, what is important from a meetup point of view. Um, for that, for me, that's something that is like kind of important. You have your images. Is it useful? You have your dates, place, second time. Uh, so what did you do? That floating bar is pretty interesting. That organic thing that I've been talking about for 3 years now. Everywhere, people are adding it. Um, all right, but yeah, no, good job, Good job. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool so far. No, going back to One Piece, I have tried. I mean, uh, I don't remember if I have it listed here. I think I do, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, maybe I don't. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I haven't like followed through. Yeah, I think I have season 11, which is um the fucking port, like all the boats and the things. Basically after Frankie, uh, it's just filler on top of filler on top of filler, and it's just like, ah, god damn, get to it, do your job. I'm not against it. Again, I do think that the TV show on its own is neat. The seasons are nice and so on. And it's roughly the same issues that I had with Bleach as a first thing, where it was, it has been the same situation where, and I don't know if that's going to be loading the 17 seasons, but also I watched some of them multiple times. But when you are here, it's like after season 6, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, and nothing happens, and something happens, and nothing happens, and it's just like, get to it. I don't know. And then season 17 is pretty good because it's the latest one, and it has the, I mean, 16 and 17, I think. Um, it has like the end of 2011, and then 17 is just like crazy because people are the new illustrators, the new animation studios. Everything is just breaking my brain. So, um, yeah, that's the that's good, but that's also kind of sad because anything before that, so from 16 to 10, roughly, it's kind of shit. It's kind of sad because it could have been good. Um, Nonetheless, same thing. Um, Clear the prod app browser data. I don't know how to do that. And then also going back to the One Piece thing, the fact that we have a new One Piece uh, anime that is dropping soon-ish. Like the One Piece, I think this one is dropping in. Um, that's a very interesting one that I'm looking forward to because it's going to be uh, new animation studio, still very like same story, but without the filler, with more organic things. It looks amazing based on what we've seen so far, and I doubt that this is what we have, but like this this style here is roughly what we will have as the anime. So a more like hand-drawn um, feel of it is really impressive. And this is also something that is going to be um, Netflix related. So they have some money, and that makes sense. But yeah, um, yeah, it's now multiple piece. Marmalade, welcome on in, welcome back. How have you been? How's the day going? So yeah, that's an interesting one. Um, I don't know if we have uh, anything. in there. And yeah, this is the thing that we've seen. Like, that's such an interesting output, you know? Like, it's still very similar to the original drawings, but it has something a bit more interesting, you know? Just, and it's going to be the same story anyways. So we'll see. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, Flora. Thanks all for coming by. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. But yeah, I'm looking for that. I know that the current One Piece anime, the original one, is going to be on pause for, I think now, February to next year. I think. I forgot. It's been a while. When I was in Japan, I was aware of it, but now I don't. And it's now like taking this on top plus the live action, which is surprisingly good for now. I'm waiting for the season 2 because I want to see how they fucked up Chopper. But yeah, that's that's the thing. Mama, I just saw that. Sorry to hear that you're sick since Wednesday. That's a sad news. But I get it. It happens. It happens. I'm pretty good. I'm tired though. Um, so yeah, coming back in April. Well, yeah, I think I had like 2026 in mind. So, but that's interesting. That's a fun things, to see new One Piece things and so on. I don't think it's necessarily like just made to make more money, but yeah, it could be. It could be. Um, what did you change, Stony, on this? So I'm guessing performance in general. I mean, technically the things are loading. So yes, you did a lot. I see the image so fast. I see a lot of reds though, but you want application clear on there? Ah. Ah. That is something that I feel like we talked about it before. I wish I could click on that image, and just send me there. Like the whole image should send me there, basically the whole thing. But it's working. We like it. It is. It is much faster than before, so that's cool. Sorry. That's a good thing. That's a good pre-title thing. Good job. It's a nice delete playlist, which makes absolutely no sense when I'm just creating the playlist, but yeah. Uh, mm-hmm. 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 Nonetheless, that's still it's pretty good. It's pretty good. There is still a thing that I could see as improvement when it comes to the appear animation, and based on what we are seeing right now, it might help. So if you know what, I'm gonna record my screen for this because it's gonna make more sense. So let's capture the entire screen. Let's record the entire screen, which is really bad, to be honest, to do at the same time. But that didn't pop in. Interesting. I feel like this is cached in now. Yeah. Let me find something that is a bit different and potentially like an option. Yes, cool. So that's going to be useful. Basically, um, we should be good. I'm just going to do that for the sake of it. Where you at? Here. We're good. I think we're good. If I go to this one, so slowly looking at it, you are going through. First of all, everything appears, it's empty, good. And then you see that you will have the background color coming in, followed by the image uh, background that is like there. The side letters are moving out and fading out, and then the image load. So it loads in one go, which is kind of crazy to think, but like that's fine. And then the container is still like moving it a slight amount. And then from here, we reach that point. What I would say is only display the image when it's fully loaded in the background, if that's an option, and then load things staggered. So, for example, you have the poster that starts as the first thing, followed by the title and the buttons, followed by the tags and so on. Basically, having them one by one, even if you already have all the data, to avoid that kind of jump in the UI. So, example, it's not like it's not a lot, but it's just making sure that it gives you that like understanding that things are appearing on the sequence, even though they are all loaded at the same time. And I could just load everything, but just by having that like slight delay and staggered in between the elements, it creates a thing that is like more unique and more. It feels more like premium when you're loading the stuff. So when you're here and you're just opening a new page, like things can happen to appear at a different time, specifically the logo, because it seems to be the last thing to load in. Um, but if you take the usual diagonal behavior of top left to bottom right for the animation, you kind of want to have the background first fade, followed by the poster, followed by the titles, description, genre, and so on diagonal. We have talked about that before. Specifically, I think did a video yesterday. Yes, that's the playlist. Um, yeah, there was a thing that we talked about with the. Oh yeah, everything is on the fucking GitHub, right? That's the. It does. um, that I forgot if it's this one or if it's. That's the adoption discussion. We talked about it like so not so far away. There. um, what if it's details? No, details. The design. There. That's one of the thing. I think we talked about it before, and I think I have it saved up somewhere, but it's just like we don't use it enough to showcase. But there are things like here for the color switch that we talked about, which is basically when you select a color, it's going from the top left to the bottom right in a diagonal thing. And you can see the wave. It's not like instant, all the things change color. It's not like you can see that this one takes a bit more time. It's subtle, but it makes a difference. And so same thing for your operation. If you have like all of the elements slides in, um, with a bit of a even if it's just a fade, not necessarily like if you have a blur and so on. Same thing that I have on ban is not gonna be good enough for like rendering purposes, but still. Um, 1 minute to go. Oh my god. But it does feel faster. Yes, that's true. That is true. Um, I don't know if we have. Yeah, no, we don't have anything in there for what I'm looking for. um, mm-hmm. Might be good. Might be good. Um, yeah, that's good. I'm I'm happy with that. I'm happy to hear that. Indeed. Compared to before, I remember that, you had the checkboxes not checked on this. So the fact that everything is checked is pretty impressive. Happy with that. Morton, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Um, it's not needed for usability, no, but it's also for the perceived usability. So, um, this is something that we talked about when we talked about the animation course from um, fuck the name. I forgot. We talked about them before. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Basically, we sometimes decide to add some delay and make the interfaces feel a bit slower than what they actually are in order to make the user feel more safe or at home, or it's a bit of psychology things, right? Um, so that's something that could help. And for me, the most important thing is just making sure that you don't um, load thing instantly. And as I said, it's just a matter of changing the transition of the appear. Instead of having the appear in on off, it's just on off with a bit of a delay. You're doing the propaganda for the Greens. Didn't you gain some seats again last election thing? That's not supposed to be here. Yeah, that's not that's not where I'm supposed to be. Um, I think it's just an issue here. Don't worry about it. But goddamn, that was probably the resizing. Probably was here when the tooltip was on, and therefore it just moved on. Doesn't really matter. Nonetheless, that's the only thing that I would potentially recommend to you. But overall, everything seems to be working pretty fine. Obviously, because I'm talking about it right now, it's not as fast as it used to be. But it works. Yeah, I still think we need to do something about it. Um, because I do remember the thing that we talked about when we talked about the specials and basically the special playlists. I kind of want to go through, and Marvel and the MCU is kind of the best option for this. But it would be interesting to get like the ability to say movie up until like 1 hour and 23 minutes, and then at 1 hour and 23 minutes at the same time there is something happening in Agents of Shields, for example, on episode 3 that is part of that timeline, or it's happening at the same time in parallel. So there are things that you could have, and so the player could switch between the movie files and TV show files at specific points. That would be a very good thing, but you know. Also, this one was scaring me. I thought she was dead for 1 second because it's in black and white, and then this one isn't in black and white, but he's dead. So I'm surprised. Same here. Dead, not dead. But nonetheless, yeah, that's a thing that could be interesting as well. 17 days and 4 hours. I probably spent more than that watching all of that. Um, haven't watched this. Some of them I mean, most of them I've watched at least twice. Most of the TV shows I haven't watched twice. Uh, it's just you can notice things that are like better in the second run and so on. But yeah, these ones are kind of weird. Kind of weird. Anyways, I'm currently on the Wonder Man TV show, so you know that's a thing. Can I interest you in non-cropping? Yeah, me too. What I want is a system that says, um, here is everything that is a recap, here is everything that is a callback to the previous episode, and here is everything that is the opening credits and end credits. Skip all of that and just keep the main story going for the entirety of the TV show. It's gonna be like if I watch the entire thing, it's going to take um, I don't know, a full 24 hours of watching, but then you're done and you have the entire thing. That would be so great. But you know, I get it. Um, it does. It still has um, like a 2 seconds of the opening things. It's kind of sad, but yeah. No, nonetheless, it's good. It's efficient. It's better. You did good. Congrats. JD, we're calling. Um, yeah, no, overall, what I'm seeing is just like my personal taste coming in. Ty, welcome back. And, like the these buttons not being square, this one is, but these three are not. That also, I have a bit of an issue with these things. I don't know exactly where we stand on this, or where we stood on this when it comes to the design that I had made. Let me just not do that. Oh, it's right there. uh, uh, yeah. The episode card is a lot more straightforward. Um, I'm making sure that I don't miss where things are because when you're looking at this right there, you don't know that there is something around here, and we want to highlight this from time to time, so I know it's here. So you know that's that's just the thing. Nonetheless, um, that's basically what I have in mind when it comes to the episodes. I don't know exactly where I placed stuff and why I placed stuff in specific positions, but if I go back here, I can see that these cards, which are your episode cards, they would benefit from a bit of a better packaging. So what I did, if I remember correctly, and I don't, so you know, you do you. What I did here was make sure that the non-hovering episode was a free transparent element because it goes through the background was supposed to be here, but now that we don't have a background like this, that might make more sense to have it like with the background all the times. Nonetheless, doesn't matter. And then there is a bit of a distance in between the element that has 12 of inset and the preview that has 4 of inset. So there is like an 8-point difference um, to inset the content so that it's not like right on the side. Right now you have something that is really much like side, and because of the background it doesn't really look that good. So that's a small detail that could be interesting to re-add in there. Um, but yeah, no, overall it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't think we have anything else in there that's just no. I think it's pretty good. Everything is pretty good. What I mean, I was about to say what tool did you use, but if you use Photoshop to do the themes, then having like another version for the light mode is a pretty good option. Fine. That's yeah. Um, yeah, you don't really have an option for this for the music genre. Like that's gonna be a very, very complicated thing, and you know, that's the that's still the best representation for genres in general. Uh, that is taking so long to just load. Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, like for the amount of thing that we have, this is one of the best representation and one of the best site to scrape to get like all of the genre that exist if you wanted to. Um, but yeah, I like this website a lot. If you don't know what it is, because it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense for um, you know, whatever. Basically, it is a two-axis chart where everything at the top is the most like digital music, and everything at the bottom is the most organic thing. So things think like real thinking and so on. And then on the far right is the most chill stuff, and on the far left is the most hardcore stuff. So you end up with that kind of chart overall, where you end up with the music that you want to listen to based on what you like and where you want to stand in the organic versus not organic. And then when you click on something, you have a bit of a preview of the song and so on. But this whole project kind of died in 2024, which is kind of sad because Spotify decided to basically remove the access to uh, the user's API thingy. So that's yeah, so sad though. So sad. It was really cool. But yeah, no, this is not a theme. Things. Music Brain is an option as well. Yes, it is. Um, I was about to say something, and then my brain went somewhere else, and now I don't know. I'm not. I'm not. There is no website that will give you the ability to change the theme instantly if you made something inside of Photoshop and not inside of Figma or something else. If you did that in Figma, you would be able to. But overall, every noise is a pretty good option. I don't know if you would benefit from having like the genre section that is here. That's crazy bad. Sorry. The fact that I have the genre here, and then when I click see all, I don't see shit. That's kind of bad. That bad. What can you do? You could say the same thing. You could place elements on an orb if you wanted something kind of fun, but it's like a bit of a pain in the ass to create. But you could. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you can do with that. I was expecting that, yes. I was expecting that indeed. Because if you go back to the regular library and you just want to take a look at this and use that as a base structure, which to be honest, this is kind of crazy, but fine. It's okay. It's working. Codrin, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is okay because we don't have that many. I mean, we do have that many, but not that many. But for music, we will have so much more that I fear we can't really create a page that would work the same way reliably, unless you want to do the thing with limited amount, like basically getting something that is parent genre instead. So unless it is distinctive. So if you have something like pop and K-pop and J-pop might be inside of pop as one single genre. But that's also like a lot of people are gonna complain, me included. So that's not a good idea, not a good move. Also, I had made so much more detailed switch on this. So much, so much difference, much details. Hmm. Um, it works. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. Sorry, the fact that I pressed on S and then you have the thing that flashed, that's pretty cool. Yeah, no, my brain is not braining either. Like it's not what's happening right now. I am lost in the thinking for genre in general and how we can render that specifically for the music section. Um, I think the easiest way is to do the exact same thing that we had uh, here, but we don't have the icon, so we would have a letter, the first letter of the thing, or um, something else. I don't know, but the thing is like, gas space. Hi, welcome in. How are you? If we have like J-pop, K-pop, pop, it's gonna be JKP, which is fine. But then if you have uh, Korean rap, it's gonna be K as well. So you will end up with the same letter often, and the probability of getting the same letter back to back is also gonna be kind of there. So I would say the easiest probable potential thing that we can do on this one is going to be um, something, not that, something like this, where you have your section title, as in this is pop, and then underneath that you have your regular pop, J-pop, K-pop, Iranian something, whatever, like the usual, and you have the whole section, and then you get like a section underneath so that you can go to the metal section, for example, when you have the Scandinavian metal, when you have the Irish metal, and like all of these sub levels. Um, if Music Brain is giving it to you, that might be the option. Wait, you know? Um, yeah, there's nothing about what we're looking for here. uh, you have relationship with the genre, so that's a thing. But I'm not against the carousel, by the way, on this one. I kind of am, as always, but I'm not totally against. Mainly because it's fine, but I fear that a lot of them might be like a ton, like a ton, and therefore carousel will be not the best option. Yeah, we don't have shit. We don't have shit about this. When it comes to the genuine question, I have the general list here. That's the list that you have right now, so far, for now. Um, really, 2 steps or 3 steps? We don't have steps. Yes, we do, but it's on the yes. Yeah, it's not organized, is it? No, we do. We do. We do. You have the subgenre of C-pop. So I'm guessing that pop subgenre is a subgenre of pop. Yeah, so you do have this. You do. um, so you probably would have the primary tag of pop, and then you have the subgenre of the options. So you should be able to get through the things in a way that makes sense. It seems the it seems the tree in question is gonna be a bit wild, um, based on the fact that we have subgenre off, and then when we are here, primary tag is C-pop, which is a subgenre of pop, but it also contains subgenres, as in these ones. So that that kind of tree is going to be a bit um, of a thing. And no, pop doesn't have a parent. Pop is only have or does only have subgenres. So that's a lot of them, but yeah. And then you have fusion genre and influenced by genre, so that's interesting. And all of that is in the sub delegates of. So that should be a thing. It's just like you would need to get through the whole system. Let me see. Does that work? No. Eh, uh, I'm guessing if we have pop rock somewhere in there, I might be able to get into a bit of a, yeah, right there. So pop rock may have rock as a base, which is a primary tag, and we currently are on the primary tag. So yeah, you probably do have all the things in order, properly organized, I guess. I just don't know exactly what is or how it is specified in terms of the API response. That's for you to discover. I am not good enough with APIs to be able to tell you that, but that's an option. That would be a pretty good option for you to get like all of that thing. And then if that's the case, then you should be okay. But then, so we have with JSON, we just have the name with rock with the disambiguation, which is interesting. And so if I go into goth rock for reasons, and I check my JSON goth rock ID, I don't have the things in there, which is kind of sad. Oh. Yeah, it would, I mean, so Music Brain itself has it organized and sorted, but the thing that they are responding with in the API isn't, which means based on the fact that you only have 2000 genera in there, scraping the platform is not necessarily like a bad move when it comes to the organization, but I would understand why you wouldn't want to do so. But yeah, we don't have much in there, which is kind of sad. God damn. You know, there's nothing. There is nothing. Maybe. Maybe that relationship links might be an option. Holy fuck. I mean, we have the IDs, so, you know, that might be good. That's the scraping that you have from the first. It's the same. It's the same. It's just what you have in the original thing, which makes no difference. No difference. Clearly not a dev. Not a dev whatsoever. Um, yeah, so you have the relationship. No, you do, you do, you do, you do, you do. You do. You do. It's probably somewhere, and it's not necessarily something that is well documented. So for the sake of right now, we are gonna deep seek this thing. We are looking for a way to use that the music brain relationship through the API, mainly to get the genre, sub genre, fusion of, and so on. We'll see. We'll see what that does. I doubt this is not necessarily going to be a productive and good output, but we never know. You know, we never know. Yeah, I know. Does provide powerful way to access genuine relationship data. That's the thing. That's the key concept. I get it. Um, just use a genre, which is the same thing. Um, yeah, but I'm not getting the subs. Um, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, yeah. Uh, but even then, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna give us anything that we are looking for. Um, because it's just like not. Maybe. No, yeah, maybe that would work. Um, yeah, no, I still doubt it. um, yeah. That's what I thought. So you probably have an option to do so, right? That's what I'm seeing here. You probably have an option to get your genre and subgenre by the simple fact that the Music Brains website allows it, at least as a search. But then you need to figure out exactly how to do so, and that is not gonna be good. Um, yeah, which is sad. Yeah, well, I don't think I can give you more than that. So yeah, other than that potential of finding the alternative genre and then placing them inside of a container like this with like sections, I don't think it would be good. Um, the thing that is important as well that I think you already have is this should not exist. The fact that you have zero item, but you are still showcasing the card, that should not exist. So if you do the same thing for the music, it's going to be what the user has in the server and not anything else, and therefore it's going to be easier to digest. Um, but yeah, that way if you have like 2000s, but like the user only has four, genre, which is wild, but why not? Then they will see four of them. So that's the thing. Nox, welcome on in. Welcome back. How's the day going? Holy shit. Ah, the meds are taking effect. Holy hell? I'm gonna die soon. Mm. Fair point. Um, yeah, no, other than that, I don't, uh, I don't think you can, um, get anything else in the genre view in a way that makes sense. Um, or not, again, can might not be the word that you're looking for. I don't think you need, which is more important. I don't think you need to play with the genre as much as we are planning right now, and just rely on what the user has in their library, and just say, well, that's basically everything that we have, and that's it. Um, like, you have that. So these are going to be just displayed in the genre right there, and that's it. Rather than having the entirety of the options, it's just what does the user has in their collections, and based on that, I can then define stuff and be done with it. I think that would be a lot more reliable, and easier to grasp and play with in the long term. But I get it. But I don't think we can have like an image, um, an icon for the genre like we have here. Like, that's not an option. Um, even for the the section titles, like, that's not something that wouldn't make sense in any way, because we don't have an icon representation of pop, an icon representation of rock, an icon representation of metal. I mean, we do, but we don't have them as fast as we want them. Like, basically, I would need a fucking flying V in here. I don't want that. I don't want to create that. Because that means that I need an instrument icon pack. I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. Like, not that, you know. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm dying. I can't. I cannot. Yeah, that's the one. Like, we don't have a drum, we don't have I mean, we do have a bit of a piano right here. But it's just, it doesn't really have much, and there is not a ton of options that are available that we can use and rely on, for sure. Um, I don't think we have anything in the SF symbols with music. That's not gonna help. And then if we go into huge icons and take a look at mean, I guess music, but mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Not there. So yeah. Um, I don't know what that is. I think you mean you put your classmate on your shoulders and they fell off, but yeah. Uh, no. Well, I don't know then. Because you said college tournament, but I don't know what game. Um, oh, fighting each other's. That's not good. That is not good. We don't like that. We don't like that. But yeah, no, sorry, I don't have like the slightest idea of the icons that could be added or used because it just doesn't really, yeah, it just doesn't really work. The only one that we have already currently right now is going to be the hands, which are, I should just search in it. I think I called that gesture. Yeah, right there. Um, so you just have that for the metal one, and that's the only one that we basically have that could be probable and good, but it's just like not good enough. Um, Gets song by genre. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, to be honest. It's not great, but it's pretty good. Um, However, I'm gonna say that I do think that Music Brains is providing a relationship thing that is accessible and usable through the API because they wouldn't have so much documentation about it if they did it. So, um, yeah, I mean that's what I said for Music Brains directly because it is already they already have the relationships and the subgenre and the fusion genre and the impacted by or influenced by in there. So that's it is in there. You know that they have the data. You know that you have everything, and then it's just again, it's just a matter of 2,000 records, 2,000 lines of data, and that's it. Nothing else. So for relationship between 2,000 elements is very much nothing. So, there you go. But yeah, I mean, that's interesting. That's a good start, but I still don't think it would make any difference much. Um, not much, but maybe. But you know, Music Brains wouldn't. I mean, I don't want to believe that Music Brain wouldn't have so much docs on their relationship and then genre relationships, subgenre, and so on, and not provide it in the API. Um, so that might be. Uh, oh, I think I fucked up. I'm gonna praise AI for 1 second. What in the dumbass was that? The fact that it understood this is impressive. Um, ah, shit. Uh, hmm. I don't know what that is. We're gonna check. Hmm. Yeah. So they do have an API direct stuff for other things, but I'm guessing it's not. Um, well, technically, if you have that, that has the entirety of the Music Brains um, stuff, don't even need to scrape the data. Um, that's pretty good. Might not be as reliable as the API, but I mean, you know how to build them anyway, so I'm guessing you might just get something a bit better out of it. Um, I would say the only thing that is going to be a bit annoying is the fact that you don't have up-to-date data compared to the direct API link that they have. So But that's the only thing. That is the only thing. Other than that, um, no, no. I'm not linking music and perfumes together. That is not yet, not there yet. Um, yeah, no, I don't. I don't see any other options that you have, or may have, or might want to have. Um, Nor do I see any other ways to get like music genre specific things. So maybe just getting the dump and getting the output properly set up, properly organized, and that you get the data as much as you want it to be is probably gonna be the easiest thing. Easiest thing. I'd say the most important is getting the relationship in between the two things directly. And I don't think the dump is gonna give you that as well. That's the issue. But you know, I need to pee 1 second. We are actively dying today. Oh my god. I'm less dying than on Wednesday, but I'm still dying, so we'll see. We will see. But yeah, no, other than that, I don't think we have any other API that I know of that could be like available for that. The Spotify API would be amazing for scraping content and potentially getting like an app created, but um, goddamn, I'm creating an app on Spotify right now because they allow it. So uh, so the web API doesn't work or isn't included. Um, but the web playback is there. That's crazy. Um, Dumbass. Sorry. When you're creating the app on Spotify for the thing, they grayed out the web API option. And when I just go back and say I want to, I don't know, just update the API itself, I can now just select the web API, and now it's working. It's good. I have both. Ah. um. mm, we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna check if I can implement that. But yeah, apparently getting the Spotify Premium, like regular subscription, give me access to the web API to just unlock stuff. But because I just did, I don't. I don't know. Um, yeah, that's wild. That is wild. We'll see. Anyways, I have the fucking API now, so you might be able to get a new Spotify API as well and use that. There. That's what I was looking for. Am I gonna make it? No. No. That is not a landing thing. So close. So close. But yeah, the only thing that I think of are representation that wouldn't work for the app itself. You would have something that is visually interesting but doesn't really match the vibe of No Mercy. So I wouldn't necessarily like just send you to these representations by default because it just makes no sense. Um, yeah. Also, Hit Zone 95 being linked to that guy that is like born in 2000 is crazy. But you know, that's wild. That is wild. It might be my internet, don't worry about it.
Was compiled from the actual therapy tapes of the clinical psychologist specializing in the treatment of severely abused.
Probably. Probably everything is wrong.
That they do not
Everything here. Oh my god. Oh my god. That hurts so bad.
without conscience who can hurt
Oh, still, we'll die on stream, don't worry about it.
devastating effects of abuse.
Um, yeah. I'm sad about this, but I get it. But I'm sad about it. To me, these ones don't need a background. Same here. Like they need to be as clean as possible, as clear as possible, to not bother. But I kind of understand why. Because your main thing, basically, you need the background itself in order to get something to be filled in without having a flash. So I get it, but I'd rather not. Something that is a bit slicker. Uh, but you know. Bruce, we're coming in. How are you? How's the day going? You arrived near the end of the stream, but we're coming in. I'm getting out in 10 minutes. Exactly. 8 minutes and 20 seconds to be exact. Be exactly exact. Yes. Um, I am dying, but I'm good. I have an issue with my ribs, and I don't know what's hurting and why it hurts so much, and it's linked to my heart apparently. So both of them are not in a good shape. So we'll see. um, yeah, and everyone's dying anyways. I'm just dying faster than everyone else. That's the only thing. Faster than you. Anyways, that's just a small detail. It doesn't really matter. Um, it's fine. The player at the bottom is good. We like it. Most things are loading fast. So going back to what you said earlier with the change when it comes to the performance, you did good. So congrats on that. And yeah, unless you use the dump to extract the data, create your own API with the relationship, which is probably um, already there, um, is probably a good option. Probably a good option. Overall, we'll end up with something that is pretty good and reliable and on your own server so that it would work. I just fear, going back to what I said earlier, the fact that you would have that personal API on your own with all of the genera, all of the things, even when that would be loaded entirely, basically, even when the user just have like 3 or 4 or 15. So might be a bit of an overkill thing, but that wouldn't be the first time, is it? Hmm? To do something a bit overkill for this platform. Yeah. I'd never, never. Why? Why? God damn. Every time. Every time. These people can't do anything about it. It's just like that's what they do. That's what they do. Mm, that seems wrong. Yeah. It feels like that hasn't been the correct thing anyways. So I think my analytics are wrong and broken, but I need to fix them in a different way. Nonetheless, we have everything fixed. We have the like the proper reorganization, no, re-editing of the titles and subtitles for the stream cards. Same thing for the others. Simplifications of the Last.fm cards as well to extract the image, but also make sure that the titles and text are extracted properly. Um, that is not something that we do. Um, but yeah, that's good enough. I feel like we have most of the things that we need to have. Did I publish this? That's the question, though. I did not. I did not. My placeholder fade out. Oh, that's true. I launched something and then I said it's gonna be fine, and then I didn't check. It's working. um, Great. That is published. That is done. So we have the background placeholder that is fixed, which is good. We have the corner radius of the placeholder that is fixed as well. The um, bento import has disappeared because bento is dead. Sorry about that. And yeah, everything is pretty much done. So that's good. Now, who's live? That is going to be the question. I know James is live. I know that John is live as well. I'm guessing John is probably going to end soon-ish based on what we've seen before. Ponce is live. Which is interesting to have Ponce here. We could send people to Ponce. That's a interesting thing. Uh, yeah, John, John, John makes sense. John makes sense. Not going on. John makes sense. Um, not gonna say it. Um, I need to. It depends. What is your question? Yeah, I know, but I need to lay down and rest the ribs and the heart and the other things. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to be back here on Monday. So that's that's the thing. We gotta rate John. It's been a while. He rated us last time. Watch a vote. I don't know. I don't know. I get it. I get it. But yeah, as always, if you have a question and not live, feel free to join the Discord, ask question, design help, and so on. If you want to have a link in bio type of things, do that. If you have a perfume collection, use this. And if you're learning Japanese, use that. That's the overall everything that I have to send. As always, I forgot to change that. Um, that number. My bad. My bad. My bad. Was not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be 18, so it's going to be 19 on Monday. I'm probably going to forget again, but yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, enjoy join streams. He's doing the thieves, pirating things, whatever. I forgot the name. Um, and yeah, I'll see you on Monday. It is automated. It just doesn't rotate automatically. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.